Some of the heaviest things we carry in life are invisible. Not bags, not boxes, not anything you could place on the ground and walk away from, but thoughts, memories, expectations, old stories we continue telling ourselves. Sometimes we carry a mistake from years ago. Sometimes we hold on to words someone once said. Sometimes we keep gripping a plan that life quietly changed long ago. And the strange thing is, we often believe holding on makes us stronger, that if we just keep trying hard enough, keep thinking about it long enough, keep replaying the past enough times, somehow everything will finally make sense. But often the opposite is true. The more tightly we hold on, the heavier the weight becomes. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. In many Buddhist teachings, there is a simple but powerful idea. Suffering often comes not from what happens, but from our resistance to letting it go. Imagine holding a stone in your hand. At first it feels light, but if you keep holding it for hours, or days, or years, even a small stone can become exhausting. The weight doesn't change, but your grip does. Letting go is often misunderstood. Some people think letting go means giving up, or forgetting, or pretending something never mattered. But that is not what letting go truly means. Letting go means loosening the grip. It means allowing life to move again. It means understanding that some chapters of our story were never meant to last forever. Tonight, we will explore a few quiet stories about people who believed they needed to hold on, until one moment helped them discover the surprising freedom of release. Stories about a man who carried an old letter for years, a woman who refused to forgive herself, a traveler who kept dragging a broken map, and others who slowly discovered that peace sometimes begins with a single gentle act, opening the hand. So allow your body to relax. Let the muscles in your shoulders soften. Let the mind slow down. And as the night grows quiet around you, we begin with our first story. Story 1. The Letter He Could Not Throw Away. There once was a man named Daniel who carried an old letter with him everywhere he went. The letter was folded carefully, its edges soft from years of being opened and closed again. It stayed in the inside pocket of his coat, sometimes in a drawer beside his bed, sometimes in the small bag he carried to work. Wherever Daniel went, the letter quietly followed, not because he needed it, but because he could not bring himself to let it go. The letter had arrived many years earlier. On a quiet autumn afternoon, when the wind carried fallen leaves across the streets, Daniel still remembered the moment clearly. He had opened the envelope slowly, curious about the handwriting he recognized so well. Inside were only a few sentences, short, direct, but heavy with meaning. Words from someone who had once been very important in his life. Someone who had decided to leave. The letter did not contain anger. There were no harsh accusations, no dramatic explanations, just a gentle goodbye. And yet those few words had stayed with Daniel for years, not because of what the letter said, but because of what it seemed to represent. A moment he wished had turned out differently. A relationship he had hoped would last longer. A version of life that had quietly disappeared. At first, Daniel kept the letter simply because it felt too meaningful to discard. But over time, it became something else. A small anchor to the past. Whenever life felt uncertain, Daniel would sometimes take the letter out and read it again, as if the paper itself might still hold answers, or closure, or some explanation that had not been visible the first 100 times he read it. But the words never changed. They remained the same quiet goodbye they had always been. One evening, after returning home from work, Daniel sat by the window, with the letter resting in his hands. Outside, the city lights flickered softly in the distance. Rain tapped gently against the glass. He unfolded the paper slowly, reading the familiar lines again. Then he sighed. "I wonder why I still keep this," he murmured to himself. The truth was, he already knew the answer, because letting go of the letter felt like letting go of the past itself. And some part of him still believed that if he held on to the letter long enough, something might change. A few days later, Daniel visited a small cafe he often stopped at on his way home. The cafe was quiet in the evening. Soft music played in the background. A few people sat reading or working quietly at their tables. Daniel ordered a cup of tea and chose a seat near the window. As he waited, he noticed an elderly man sitting at the table beside him. The man held a small notebook and appeared to be writing something slowly. After a moment, the man glanced toward Daniel and smiled kindly. "You look like someone carrying a heavy thought," he said. Daniel chuckled softly. "Is it that obvious?" The man nodded. People who stare at their tea for several minutes usually have something on their mind. Daniel hesitated. Then he reached into his coat pocket and removed the letter. "I've been carrying this for years," he said. The old man looked at the folded paper with quiet curiosity. "A letter?" he asked. Yes. Daniel turned it gently in his hands. I don't even know why I keep it anymore. The old man studied him for a moment. Perhaps it feels like the letter still belongs to a part of your life that mattered. Daniel nodded slowly. Yes. But sometimes the things that mattered most, the man said gently, are also the things we must eventually release. Daniel looked down at the paper again. But if I let it go, he said quietly, won't that mean the past disappears? The old man smiled softly. No. He leaned back in his chair and gestured toward the window. The past does not live inside objects. It lives inside your memory. Letting go of the object does not erase the experience. Daniel sat silently for a moment. The rain continued tapping against the glass. I've read this letter hundreds of times, he said, and every time I hope it might feel different. The old man nodded. That is often how attachment works. We keep holding something, hoping it will change. But sometimes, peace arrives only when we stop asking the past to become something else. The cafe remained quiet as the rain continued, falling softly outside. Daniel sat with the folded letter resting between his hands. For years, the paper had felt like something important, something he needed to protect. But now, sitting across from the elderly man, he began seeing it a little differently. May I ask you something? Daniel said. The old man nodded. Of course. How do people actually let go? Daniel asked. I've heard that phrase many times, but it always sounds easier than it feels. The old man smiled gently. Yes, he said, that is very true. He lifted his cup of tea and took a slow sip before continuing. Most people imagine letting go as something dramatic, he said, like throwing something away in a single moment. But in reality, letting go usually happens more quietly. Daniel looked curious. What do you mean? The old man tapped the table lightly with his finger. Let me ask you something first. Yes? Daniel replied. How many times have you read that letter? Daniel laughed softly. More times than I can count. And each time, the man said, did the words change? Daniel shook his head. No. But something else changed, the old man continued. What changed? Daniel asked. You did. Daniel frowned slightly. I'm not sure I understand. The old man leaned forward a little. When you first received that letter, it probably carried a lot of pain. Daniel nodded slowly. Yes. And today? The old man asked. Daniel looked down at the paper again. The pain was still there, but it felt different, quieter, less sharp. I suppose it doesn't hurt as much as it used to, he admitted. The old man smiled. That means something important has already happened. What? Daniel asked. You have already begun letting go. Daniel sat quietly with that thought. For years, he had believed letting go required a sudden decision, a single moment of release. But perhaps something else had been happening all along. Time had slowly softened the weight of the memory. The sharp edges of the past had gradually become smoother. Without realizing it, he had already begun moving forward. The old man continued speaking gently. "Letting go is rarely one big action," he said. "It is usually many small ones." "Small ones?" Daniel asked. "Yes. Each time you live another day. Each time you build a new memory. Each time the past becomes just a little less central to your life." He gestured toward the letter. "That paper has stayed the same. But your life has continued moving." Daniel leaned back slightly in his chair. Outside, the rain had begun to slow. A few drops still slid down the window, catching the light from the street lamps. "I think I kept the letter because I believed it still had something to teach me," Daniel said. The old man nodded thoughtfully. "That's possible." "And what if I haven't learned the lesson yet?" Daniel asked. The old man chuckled softly. "Perhaps the lesson is simpler than you think." Daniel raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" "That some chapters are meant to end." For a moment, the cafe felt very still. Daniel looked at the folded letter resting on the table. For years, he had believed that holding onto it meant respecting the past. But now, he wondered if the opposite might be true. Perhaps the past had already given him everything it could. Perhaps what remained was simply the habit of holding on. By the time Daniel left the cafe, the rain had almost completely stopped. The streets outside glistened softly under the glow of streetlights. Small puddles reflected the passing cars and the quiet movement of people walking home for the evening. Daniel slipped the letter back into his coat pocket and began walking slowly down the sidewalk. The conversation with the old man stayed in his mind. "You have already begun letting go." The words felt strange at first. For years, Daniel had believed he was stuck, holding the same memory, reading the same letter. But now he wondered if something more subtle had been happening. Perhaps life had already been guiding him forward without him noticing. As he walked, Daniel passed a small park near his apartment. The gates were still open, and the wet pathways reflected the soft yellow glow of nearby lamps. He stepped inside. The air smelled fresh after the rain. Leaves clung to the ground, and the trees moved gently in the quiet night breeze. Daniel followed the path until he reached a wooden bench beside a small pond. The water was calm, only slightly disturbed by the occasional drop falling from the branches above. He sat down. For a moment, he simply watched the surface of the pond. The reflections of the lights shimmered softly. After a while, Daniel reached into his pocket and took out the letter again. The paper felt familiar in his hands. He unfolded it slowly. The same words, the same gentle goodbye. But something felt different this time. Not the letter, the feeling inside him. The sadness that had once filled his chest felt distant now, like a story he had heard long ago. Still meaningful, but no longer painful. Daniel read the letter one last time. Then he folded it carefully, just as he had done so many times before. For several minutes, he sat there quietly, holding it, not because he needed to read it again, but because he was noticing something important. For the first time in years, he did not feel the need to keep it. The memory would remain. The experience would remain. But the paper itself no longer seemed necessary. He stood up slowly and walked to the edge of the pond. The water reflected the dark sky above. Daniel looked at the letter once more. A small part of him hesitated, not out of pain, but out of habit. After all, he had carried this piece of paper for so many years. It had been part of his routine, part of his story. But then he remembered something the old man had said. The past does not live inside objects. Daniel smiled faintly. Then, with a gentle movement, he tore the letter in half, and then again. Small pieces of paper drifted lightly from his hands onto the surface of the pond. The water carried them slowly away. Daniel watched as the pieces floated across the quiet surface. Something inside him felt lighter, not dramatic, not overwhelming, just lighter. As if a small weight he had carried for years had quietly slipped from his shoulders. He realized something simple. Letting go did not erase the past. It simply allowed the present to breathe again. Daniel returned to the path and began walking home. The night air felt calm. The city lights seemed softer. For the first time in a long while, his mind was quiet. The memory of the letter was still there, but now it felt like a completed chapter, not a burden he needed to keep carrying. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Sometimes freedom begins with the smallest action. A quiet decision to stop holding on to something that has already finished its place in our story. In our next story, we will meet someone who spent years apologizing to her past until she discovered that forgiveness is often another form of letting go. Story 2. The woman who kept apologizing to the past. There once was a woman named Mira who carried a habit that no one else could see. She apologized constantly, not always out loud. Often it happened only inside her mind. Whenever she remembered something from the past, a mistake she had made, a decision that had hurt someone, a moment she wished she could redo, the same quiet words appeared again. I'm sorry. At first, this seemed like a good thing. After all, apologizing meant she cared. It meant she wanted to be kind. It meant she wanted to be better. But over time, something about this habit began to feel heavy. Because the apologies were not always going to other people. Many of them were directed toward moments that had already passed. Moments that could never change. Mira worked in a small library near the edge of her town. It was a peaceful place, filled with tall shelves of books and the soft rustling sound of turning pages. Most days were quiet. Visitors came and went slowly. Some people borrowed books. Others simply sat near the windows reading. For Mira, the library was a comforting space. But even there, her mind sometimes wandered back to the past. A conversation she wished had gone differently. A friendship that had ended awkwardly. A decision she believed had hurt someone she cared about. Each memory carried the same silent response. I'm sorry. One afternoon, as golden sunlight streamed through the tall windows of the library, Mira sat behind the desk, organizing returned books. Across the room, an elderly woman sat reading in a large armchair. She had been visiting the library for many years. Her name was Elena. Elena often spent long afternoons reading quietly before walking home through the nearby park. Mira liked her calm presence, but today, her thoughts were elsewhere. She had just remembered a mistake she had made nearly 10 years earlier, a disagreement with an old friend. The friendship had ended shortly afterward. Even now, the memory made her chest feel tight. I should have handled that differently, she thought. I'm sorry. Apologizing again? A gentle voice said from across the room. Mira looked up, startled. Elena had lowered her book and was watching her with a kind smile. I'm sorry, Mira said, confused. The old woman chuckled softly. I didn't hear your thoughts, she said, but your face has the same expression people wear when they are arguing with their memories. Mira laughed nervously. Is it that obvious? Elena closed her book and stood slowly. When you reach my age, she said, you become very familiar with that expression. She walked over to the desk and leaned lightly against it. What were you apologizing for this time? She asked gently. Mira hesitated. It's something that happened a long time ago, she said. A friendship that ended badly. Elena nodded slowly. And have you apologized to the person involved? She asked. Yes, Mira replied, many years ago. And what happened? They forgave me, Mira said quietly. Elena tilted her head slightly. Then who are you apologizing to now? Mira opened her mouth to answer, but no words came out. Because the truth was surprisingly simple. She wasn't apologizing to her old friend anymore. She was apologizing to the memory itself, to the past version of herself who had made the mistake. Mira stood quietly behind the library desk, thinking about Elena's question. Then who are you apologizing to now? The answer felt strangely obvious once she allowed herself to see it. She had not been apologizing to her old friend anymore. That apology had happened years ago, and it had been accepted. Instead, she had been apologizing to the memory, to the younger version of herself who had made the mistake, to a moment that could never be changed. Elena watched her with gentle patience. Memories can be stubborn things, she said softly. Mira nodded. It still feels like I should have done something differently. That may be true, Elena replied, but tell me something. She pulled a chair closer and sat down slowly. Are you the same person you were 10 years ago? Mira shook her head. No, not really. In what way? Elena asked. Mira thought for a moment. I've learned a lot since then, she said. I understand people better. I'm more careful with my words, Elena smiled warmly. Then the mistake already did its job. Mira frowned slightly. I'm not sure I understand. The old woman folded her hands in her lap. Many of our mistakes exist to teach us something, she said. They are not meant to punish us forever. She paused before continuing. But sometimes we keep carrying the lesson long after we have already learned it. The library was quiet. Outside, a few leaves drifted past the windows in the afternoon breeze. Mira looked at the books she had been organizing. I suppose. I never thought about it that way, she said. Elena nodded. Imagine a teacher who gives you a lesson in school, she said. You study the lesson. You understand it. You grow from it. Then she tilted her head slightly. But what if the teacher forced you to repeat the same lesson every day for the rest of your life? Mira laughed softly. That would be exhausting. Yes, Elena said. And yet that is exactly what many people do to themselves. Mira felt something shift quietly in her chest. For years, she had believed that remembering the mistake and apologizing internally was a way of staying responsible. But now, she wondered if it had simply become a habit. A loop her mind continued repeating long after the situation had ended. Elena stood up slowly and walked toward one of the tall windows. Outside, the sky had turned a softer shade of afternoon gold. You know, she said, looking out at the trees, The past has a very interesting quality. What is that? Mira asked. It cannot hear you anymore. Mira blinked. What do you mean? If you apologize to someone in the present, Elena explained, they can respond. They can forgive you. They can speak with you. But when you apologize to the past itself, she turned back toward Mira with a gentle smile. No one is there to receive the apology. Mira thought about this for a long moment. She had been sending apologies into empty space. Words meant for a moment that had already passed beyond reach. The old woman continued softly. Responsibility means learning from our mistakes, but compassion means allowing ourselves to grow beyond them. The quiet ticking of the library clock filled the silence for a moment. Mira felt the familiar memory rising again in her mind. The disagreement with her friend, the words spoken too quickly, the regret that followed. But this time, instead of repeating the apology automatically, she simply observed the memory, and for the first time, she noticed something new. The person in that memory looked younger, more uncertain, less experienced than the person she was now, almost like a different version of herself. The library closed a little earlier that evening. The sky outside had begun to fade into the soft colors of sunset, and the quiet streets around the building felt calm and still. Mira finished arranging the last stack of returned books and turned off the lights near the front desk. Before leaving, she glanced toward the reading chair where Elena had been sitting earlier. The chair was empty now, but the conversation they had shared remained in her mind. The mistake already did its job. Those words echoed softly as she locked the library door and stepped outside. The evening air was cool and gentle. Leaves moved slowly along the sidewalk as a light breeze passed through the trees. Mira began walking the familiar path she took every evening toward her small apartment. Normally, her thoughts would wander back to the same memory again. The argument, the words she wished she had chosen differently, and the quiet apology she repeated in her mind. But tonight, something was different. Instead of immediately saying, "I'm sorry" again, she paused and simply observed the memory. She pictured the younger version of herself from years ago, standing in that moment, feeling hurt, confused, trying to say the right thing, but choosing the wrong words instead. For the first time, Mira looked at that version of herself not with criticism, but with understanding. That younger person had been doing the best she could with the knowledge she had at the time. She hadn't been trying to cause pain. She had simply been human, still learning. Mira slowed her steps as she reached the small park near her apartment. The same park Elena often walked through on her way home. The trees stood tall and quiet, in the fading light. A few birds moved through the branches before settling down for the night. Mira sat on a wooden bench beside the path. The memory returned again. But this time, something inside her responded differently. Instead of apologizing once more, she spoke to that past version of herself in a softer way. "It's okay," she whispered. "You didn't know then what you know now." The words surprised her. They felt unfamiliar, but also relieving. For so many years, she had been treating that moment in her past like a permanent stain, something that required endless apology. But perhaps it had always been something else. A lesson, a turning point that helped her become more thoughtful, more careful, more compassionate. Mira watched as the evening sky deepened into a quiet blue. The memory still existed, but the weight attached to it had changed. It no longer felt like something she needed to keep fixing, because the truth was, it had already been resolved long. Her friend had forgiven her. Life had continued. Only her mind had kept returning to the same moment. She stood up slowly and continued walking along the path. As she passed beneath the trees, she noticed how the branches above had begun shedding their leaves. One by one, the leaves drifted gently to the ground. The trees did not cling to them. They simply allowed them to fall. Because holding on forever was never the purpose of the leaf. Its purpose had already been fulfilled. Mira smiled softly as she watched a leaf land quietly beside the path. For the first time in years, the apology she had repeated so many times did not appear again in her mind. Not because she had forgotten the past, but because she no longer needed to punish herself for it. The lesson had already been learned, and that meant something inside her was finally free to move forward. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Sometimes letting go begins with the quiet act of offering compassion to the person you once were. Not because the past didn't matter, but because it has already shaped who you have become. In our next story, we will meet someone who held on to something very different. Not a memory or a letter, but a rope he refused to release, even when it was pulling him in the wrong direction. Story 3: The Rope He Would Not Release. There once was a man named Thomas who believed that strength meant holding on to goals, holding on to responsibilities, holding on to promises he had made years earlier. From the outside, this looked admirable. Many people respected Thomas. They saw him as determined, reliable, someone who never gave up easily. And for a long time, Thomas believed that was exactly who he needed to be. Thomas worked as a fisherman in a small coastal village. Every morning before sunrise, he walked down to the harbor where rows of wooden boats rested quietly against the docks. The sea had always been part of his life. He had learned to fish from his father when he was very young. And after his father passed away, Thomas had taken over the small fishing boat the family owned. It was not a large boat, but it had carried his family through many seasons, storms, calm days, years when the sea was generous, and years when it offered very little. Thomas had always held on to the boat with a quiet sense of responsibility. It felt like more than just work. It felt like a promise. But over the years, something had slowly begun to change. Fishing was no longer as easy as it once had been. The waters near the village had grown quieter. Fish had become harder to find. Many fishermen had already changed their way of living. Some found work in nearby towns. Others sold their boats and started small businesses. But Thomas remained. Each morning he continued rowing out into the open water, determined to keep the same life his father had lived. Because letting go of that life felt like breaking the promise he had made. One gray morning, the sky hung low over the sea as Thomas steered his boat farther from the shore than usual. The water was restless. Small waves rolled beneath the hull, making the boat rock gently from side to side. After hours of searching, Thomas finally caught a small number of fish, not enough to make the day worthwhile, but enough to convince himself to keep trying. As he prepared to return to shore, he noticed something drifting in the water nearby. A long rope tangled around a floating piece of wood. At first, it seemed like nothing important, just something the tide had carried far from land. But when Thomas looked more closely, he noticed the rope was thick and strong, good quality, the kind fishermen often used to secure heavy nets. Without thinking too much about it, Thomas reached over the side of the boat and grabbed the rope. Perhaps it could be useful later, he thought. He began pulling it in, but the rope felt strangely heavy. He pulled harder. More of the rope surfaced from the water, but the weight did not lessen. Instead, the rope continued stretching deeper into the sea. Curious now, Thomas kept pulling, but after several minutes, it became clear that something large was attached to the other end, something deep beneath the water. He could not see it, but he could feel the weight resisting his efforts. The rope pulled back against his hands. The boat shifted slightly in the water. Thomas tightened his grip. "I'm not letting this go," he muttered. Whatever was attached to the rope must be valuable. Maybe a lost net. Maybe a piece of fishing equipment someone had dropped during a storm. He pulled again, harder, but the rope did not move. Instead, something unexpected happened. The tension in the rope began pulling the boat slightly off its course. The drifting current carried the unseen weight further out to sea, and because Tomas refused to release the rope, his boat slowly began following it. Tomas stood in the small fishing boat, gripping the rope tightly with both hands. The rope stretched deep into the dark water. He still could not see what was attached to the other end, but the weight was undeniable. Each time he pulled, the rope resisted, and each moment he held on to it, the current continued drifting his boat slowly farther from the shore. At first, Tomas barely noticed. His attention was fixed on the rope. Whatever is down there must be valuable, he thought. Lost fishing nets could be repaired. Equipment could be sold. Even a large piece of wood might be useful for building something later. So he kept pulling. Minutes passed. The sky above remained gray. The wind shifted slightly, carrying the scent of salt across the water. And slowly, Thomas began to realize something strange. He had stopped steering the boat. The rudder hung loosely behind him. The rope had taken his full attention. Without meaning to, he had allowed the current to guide the boat instead. He glanced toward the horizon. The coastline now looked slightly farther away. Tomas frowned. He pulled harder on the rope, but the weight beneath the water did not move. It simply held steady, heavy, silent, unseen. His hands tightened around the thick fibers. "I've already pulled this far," he muttered. "I'm not giving up now." But the rope did not care about his determination. It simply remained where it was, anchored to something deep beneath the sea. After another few minutes, the tension in the rope began pulling the boat sideways. The movement was subtle at first, but Thomas could feel the shift beneath his feet. The current was stronger here. The boat drifted farther into open water. He looked again toward the distant shoreline. It was now noticeably smaller. For the first time, Thomas hesitated. He loosened his grip slightly and looked at the rope. What exactly was he holding on to? He had never even seen the object attached to the other end. It could be anything. A sunken piece of metal, a heavy net tangled on rocks, or something entirely useless. Yet he had already spent so much effort pulling it, so much time, and now the idea of letting go felt strangely difficult. A small wave rocked the boat gently. Thomas steadied himself and looked out across the water. The sea stretched endlessly in every direction, quiet, indifferent, and suddenly a simple thought appeared in his mind. What if the rope is not something I am pulling, but something that is pulling me? He studied the rope again. The fibers were wet and rough against his hands. The tension remained steady, unmoving, unchanging. he realized something he had not considered before. The rope had no intention of coming with him. If anyone was being moved, it was him. Tom sat down on the edge of the boat, still holding the rope loosely. The quiet sea surrounded him. And in that silence, another thought appeared. How many things in life had he held on to simply because he had already held them for so long? The old fishing boat he struggled to maintain. The promise to live exactly the same life his father had lived. The belief that letting go meant failure. Perhaps some of those things had once been meaningful, but now they felt more like the rope in his hands, heavy, unmoving, quietly pulling him away from where he wanted to go. Thomas sat quietly in the small fishing boat, the rope still resting in his hands. The sea stretched wide around him. Gray clouds drifted slowly above, and the distant shoreline looked smaller now than it had earlier that morning. The rope remained heavy, silent, unmoving. For a long time, Thomas simply stared at it. He thought about how easily the moment had begun. Just a rope floating on the water, something that might be useful, something worth pulling into the boat. But now he could see the situation more clearly. He had never been pulling the rope toward him. Not really. The rope had been pulling him away from where he needed to go. And the strange part was this: the rope had never forced him to hold on. His own hands had done that. The boat rocked gently as a small wave passed beneath it. Tomas looked again toward the shore. It was still visible, but farther than before. If he continued drifting, it would only become more distant. The sea was calm now, but that could change quickly. Storms sometimes arrived without warning. He knew that better than anyone. Tomas lifted the rope slightly. He felt its weight again. For a moment, an old thought returned. You've already held on this long. You shouldn't give up now. It was the same thought that had guided many of his choices over the years. The belief that persistence meant never letting go. But now, sitting alone on the quiet sea, that idea felt different. Because sometimes persistence keeps you moving forward, and sometimes it keeps you tied to something that is no longer meant to move with you. He looked down at his hands. They were rough from years of working with nets and ropes. Hands that had always believed their strength came from gripping tightly. But strength, he realized, could also mean something else: the courage to open those hands. Slowly, Thomas stood. He walked to the edge of the boat and looked down into the dark water. The rope disappeared into the depths below. Whatever was attached to it remained hidden, unknown. And perhaps That was the most important part. He had been holding on to something he could not even see clearly. Thomas took a slow breath. The sea breeze moved gently across the surface of the water. Then, without hesitation, he loosened his grip. The rope slid through his fingers, at first slowly, then quickly, until the last length of rope disappeared beneath the waves. The tension vanished instantly. The boat stopped drifting sideways. The quiet current carried it back into a calmer direction. For a moment, Thomas simply stood there. His hands felt strangely light, almost unfamiliar, as if they had been holding something heavy for so long that they had forgotten what emptiness felt like. But the emptiness did not feel like loss. It felt like space. Space for movement, space for direction, space to choose where to go next. He returned to the steering handle of the boat and turned it gently toward the shore. The coastline slowly grew larger again. And as the boat moved through the calm water, Thomas understood something simple. Letting go had not made him weaker. It had allowed him to steer his life again. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Sometimes the things we hold on to feel important simply because they have been part of our lives for so long. But when we release what is pulling us away from ourselves, we often rediscover something precious: freedom. In our next story, we will meet something very different from a rope or a letter. A quiet tree that learned the wisdom of letting go every year. Story 4. The Tree That Let Its Leaves Fall. At the edge of a quiet village stood an old tree. It had grown there for many years, its roots stretching deep into the earth beside a small path that wound through the fields. Travelers often passed beneath its branches. Children sometimes rested in its shade. And in the springtime, birds built their nests among its leaves. The tree had seen many seasons come and go. Warm summers filled with sunlight, gentle springs where new buds appeared, and every year the quiet arrival of autumn. In the beginning, the tree did not understand autumn very well. The first time its leaves began to change color, it felt confused. The bright green leaves slowly turned shades of gold, red, and orange. They grew dry, fragile, and then, one by one, they began to fall. The wind would pass through the branches and carry them gently down to the ground. At first, the tree tried to hold on. It tightened the small stems that connected each leaf to its branches. But no matter how tightly it held, the leaves continued falling. The tree did not like this feeling. For months, the leaves had been part of its beauty, They had captured sunlight. They had shaded the ground below. They had made the tree feel full and alive. Now, they were disappearing, and each falling leaf felt like losing something important. "Why must I lose them?" the tree whispered quietly into the wind. But the wind did not answer. It simply moved softly through the branches. One afternoon, as the golden leaves drifted slowly toward the earth, a small sparrow landed on one of the tree's branches. The bird had visited the tree many times before, but today it noticed something different. "You seem troubled," the sparrow chirped. "I am," the tree replied. "My leaves are leaving me." The sparrow tilted its head curiously. "Of course they are," it said. "It is autumn." "But why must they go?" the tree asked. "They were part of me. They made me beautiful." The sparrow fluttered its wings lightly. "Perhaps," the bird said. "But have you noticed something else?" "What?" the tree asked. The sparrow pointed its beak toward the ground. "Look beneath you." The tree looked down. The earth below was covered in a soft carpet of fallen leaves. Golden, crimson, rust-colored. The ground glowed gently beneath the fading sunlight. "They are still here," the sparrow said, "just in a different place." The tree thought about this. Its leaves had not truly disappeared. They had simply changed their position in the world. Still, the tree felt uneasy. Without its leaves, the branches felt bare, exposed. "Will they come back?" the tree asked quietly. The sparrow smiled in its own small way. "Yes," it said, "but only if you allow them to go first." The sparrow remained perched on the branch for a little while longer. The evening sun stretched long shadows across the ground, and the golden leaves below glowed softly in the fading light. The old tree still felt uncertain. It could feel more leaves loosening from its branches with each gentle breeze. "Every day, there are fewer of them," the tree said quietly. The sparrow nodded. "That is how autumn works. But I feel emptier each time one falls," the tree replied. The sparrow fluttered its wings thoughtfully. "Sometimes emptiness is simply space waiting to be filled again." The tree did not fully understand those words. For most of the year, its branches were full. Leaves caught the sunlight. Birds rested in their shade. The tree felt useful, complete. But now, as the days passed, more leaves drifted down to the ground. The branches slowly became visible, bare, open to the sky, and the tree began to feel exposed. One cold morning, the wind blew stronger than usual. A sudden gust rushed through the fields and into the branches of the old tree. dozens of leaves released their hold all at once. They spiraled through the air like tiny dancers before settling onto the earth below. The tree felt a strange sadness. "That was many at once," it murmured. The sparrow returned that afternoon and noticed the change immediately. "You look lighter," the bird said. "I feel more empty," the tree replied. The sparrow hopped along the branch. "Those are sometimes the same thing." The tree thought about that. For so long, it had believed that fullness meant strength. More leaves meant more beauty, more life. But now, something unexpected was happening. Without the leaves, the tree could feel the wind move through its branches more freely. The sunlight reached deeper into the wood. The sky looked larger above it. And strangely, the weight it had been carrying all summer was gone. Days turned into weeks. Autumn slowly moved toward winter. Soon the last few leaves loosened their hold and drifted quietly down to the earth. Now, the tree stood completely bare. At first, the silence of its branches felt strange, but something else appeared too, a quiet kind of rest. Without the leaves, the tree no longer needed to hold so much. It could simply stand, breathing slowly with the rhythm of the seasons. One morning, as frost covered the ground, the sparrow returned once more. The bird landed on a bare branch and looked around. "You survived autumn," the sparrow said cheerfully. The tree smiled in its own quiet way. "I did," it replied, "and now I understand something I did not before." "What is that?" the sparrow asked. "That letting go did not destroy me," the tree said. "In some ways, it gave me peace." Winter arrived quietly in the village. The fields that once shimmered with summer warmth were now covered with a thin layer of frost each morning. The air felt still, calm. The old tree stood beside the path, exactly where it always had. But now its branches were bare. No leaves remained, only the dark lines of wood reaching gently toward the pale winter sky. At first, this felt strange. For so many months, the tree had been full. Green leaves catching sunlight, birds building nests, children resting in its shade. Now, the branches seemed empty. But the tree had begun to notice something unexpected. The stillness of winter carried its own quiet beauty. Without leaves covering its branches, the tree could see the sky more clearly than ever before. On clear nights, the stars appeared brighter. During the day, sunlight touched the bark directly, warming the wood in ways it never had before. The tree realized something. The season of letting go had created space for rest, space for silence, space for something new that had not yet arrived. One morning, near the end of winter, the sparrow returned again. It landed gently on one of the branches and looked around. "You seem peaceful," the bird said. "I feel peaceful," the tree replied. "That is good," the sparrow chirped, "because something interesting is about to happen." The tree tilted its branches slightly. "What do you mean?" The sparrow hopped closer. "Look closely at the tips of your branches." The tree focused its attention on the ends of its smallest branches. At first, it saw nothing unusual, just the familiar wood. But as the morning sunlight warmed the air, the tree noticed tiny shapes beginning to appear. Small buds, barely visible, but unmistakably alive. The tree felt a quiet surprise. "They weren't there yesterday," it said. The sparrow smiled. "They were there," the bird replied, "just waiting." Over the following days, the tiny buds slowly grew larger. The cold air softened. Winter began to fade. And little by little, new leaves began to appear along the branches. Fresh, bright, full of life. The tree felt a deep sense of understanding settle within its roots. If it had refused to let the old leaves fall, these new ones would never have had space to grow. Spring returned to the village. The fields filled again with green grass and warm sunlight. Birds returned to the branches. Children once again rested in the shade of the old tree. But the tree now carried a new kind of wisdom. It no longer feared the arrival of autumn, because it understood something important. Letting go was not the end of life. It was part of the rhythm that allowed life to begin again. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Just like the tree, many of the things we release in life are not losses. They are simply the seasons that make room for new growth. In our final story tonight, we will meet someone who carried something invisible in her hands for many years, until one day she realized that opening her hand could change everything. Story 5. The day she opened her hand. There once was a woman named Lila who often walked through life with her hands tightly closed. Not because she was holding anything physical. If you looked at her from the outside, her hands appeared empty. But inside her mind, she believed she was carrying many things. Old disappointments, unfinished expectations, dreams that had not turned out the way she once imagined. For many years, she had quietly gripped those things the way someone might hold a fragile object, carefully, protectively, afraid that letting go would mean admitting that something important had been lost. Lila worked in a small art supply shop in the center of a busy town. It was a peaceful place, filled with rows of paints, brushes, and sketchbooks. Artists often visited the shop looking for inspiration. Students came searching for supplies. Sometimes travelers stopped in just to look at the colorful displays. Lila liked the calm atmosphere of the store. But even in that quiet environment, her mind often drifted back to the same thoughts. The life she once expected to live. Years earlier, she had imagined something very different for herself. A career in painting, gallery exhibitions, perhaps even traveling the world to show her work. But life had unfolded differently. Circumstances had changed. Opportunities had passed. And slowly, her dreams had faded into something quieter. Lila had never completely stopped painting, but it had become something she did only occasionally, late at night, or on quiet Sunday mornings. When she picked up a brush now, she often felt a strange mixture of emotions. Part of her still loved the process, but another part whispered the same question again and again. What if I had tried harder back then? The thought appeared so often that it had become almost automatic. A quiet voice following her through the years. One afternoon, while arranging a display of watercolor paints near the front of the shop, Lila noticed an elderly customer entering the store. The woman moved slowly but confidently, using a wooden cane to steady her steps. Her eyes seemed bright and curious as she studied the shelves of art supplies. After a moment, she approached the counter where Lila was standing. "I'm looking for a small sketchbook," the woman said with a gentle smile. "Something simple." Lila nodded and walked with her toward a nearby shelf. As they looked through the sketchbooks together, the woman glanced at Lila's hands. "You hold your fingers very tightly," she said suddenly. Lila looked down, surprised. Her hands were indeed curled slightly into small fists. "Oh," she said awkwardly, "I didn't realize." The woman chuckled softly. "Many people do that without noticing." "Why?" Lila asked. The woman lifted her own hand and slowly closed her fingers. "Because sometimes we believe we are still holding something important." Lila frowned slightly. "But my hands are empty." The woman smiled kindly. "Are they?" Lila paused. The question lingered in the quiet space between them. Because suddenly, she realized the woman might be right. Her hands were empty, but her mind was not. For years, she had been holding on to the same thoughts, the same regrets, the same old version of her dreams, and perhaps that invisible grip had been shaping her life more than she realized. Lila stood quietly beside the shelf of sketchbooks, still thinking about the woman's question. "Are they?" Her hands had seemed empty just a moment earlier, but now she realized something. They had not been empty at all. They had been holding invisible things, old expectations, memories of opportunities that never happened, the version of life she once believed she should have lived. The elderly woman gently selected a small sketchbook from the shelf. Its cover was simple, plain cream paper with soft pages inside. "This one will do," she said. As Lila brought the sketchbook to the counter, the woman noticed her hands again. "They're still tight," she said kindly. Lila looked down. Her fingers had curled again without her noticing. She laughed softly. "I guess it's a habit." "Yes," the woman said, "but habits often begin with thoughts." The woman placed the sketchbook on the counter and rested her cane beside her. "May I show you something?" she asked. "Of course," Lila replied. The woman slowly lifted one hand and closed it tightly into a fist. "Imagine you are holding something very precious," she said. "A stone, perhaps. Something you believe you must never lose." Lila watched carefully. The woman held her fist tightly for several seconds. Then she asked gently, "How does this feel?" "Tense," Lila said. "Yeah," the woman nodded. "And if I hold it like this for many hours?" "Painful." "And if I hold it for many years?" Lila smiled faintly. "Exhausting." The woman slowly opened her fingers. Her palm relaxed. The tension disappeared instantly. "Letting go often begins like this," she said. "A simple opening of the hand." Lila watched the movement. It looked so easy, so ordinary, but something about the gesture felt meaningful. "Many people believe letting go means losing something," the woman continued, "but often it simply means allowing your hands to rest again." She paused and looked at Lila kindly. "What is it that you believe you are holding?" Lila hesitated. Then she answered honestly, "The life I thought I was supposed to have." The woman nodded slowly. "That can be a heavy thing to carry." For a moment, the shop was quiet. Sunlight streamed through the front windows, illuminating the rows of paints and brushes. Lila looked down at her own hands again. She slowly opened her fingers. Nothing fell out. Nothing changed in the room. And yet something inside her felt slightly different. Lighter. "You see," the woman said gently, "the past cannot be held forever. But the future—" She gestured toward the sketchbook on the counter. "Still requires open hands." Lila thought about that as she wrapped the sketchbook in brown paper. For years, she had believed that letting go of her old dream meant accepting defeat. But perhaps that wasn't the only way to see it. Perhaps letting go simply meant making space. Space for something new. Something she had not yet imagined. The elderly woman thanked Lila for the sketchbook and slowly walked out of the shop, her cane tapping softly against the wooden floor. For a moment, Lila stood behind the counter, watching the door close. The shop felt unusually quiet now, but the woman's words lingered in the air like a gentle echo. The future still requires open hands. Lila looked down at her own hands again. They rested lightly on the counter, not curled, not tense, just resting. For the first time in a long while, she noticed how calm they felt. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly. A few customers came and went. Someone bought a set of brushes. Another person asked about watercolor paper. But between those small moments of activity, Lila's thoughts kept returning to the same realization. For years, she had been gripping an invisible version of her past, the life she had imagined, the path she believed she should have followed. She had been holding it so tightly that she had forgotten something simple. Life continues moving, even when our plans do not. When the shop finally closed that evening, Lila turned off the lights and stepped outside. The sky was beginning to darken. Street lights flickered on along the sidewalks. The town moved at its usual quiet pace. People walked home from work. Cars passed slowly along the road. Lila began walking toward her apartment. Her steps felt unhurried, thoughtful. As she passed a small park along the street, she noticed something familiar, an empty bench beside a tree. Without thinking too much about it, she walked over and sat down. The evening air was cool and peaceful. A few leaves rustled gently above her. Lila looked down at her hands again. Slowly, she closed them into fists, just like the woman had done earlier. For a moment, she imagined everything she had been holding. The regret, the expectations, the quiet disappointment about the path her life had taken. Then she noticed how her hands felt, tight, tense, just as the woman had described. After a few seconds, Lila slowly opened her hands. The tension disappeared immediately. The muscles in her fingers relaxed. Nothing had fallen away. Nothing dramatic had happened. But the feeling was unmistakable. Her hands felt lighter, freer. Lila smiled softly to herself. Perhaps letting go did not require a grand decision. Perhaps it simply meant noticing when we were gripping something that no longer needed to be held. The past had already happened. It had shaped her, taught her, but it did not need to remain clenched inside her thoughts forever. She sat on the bench for a while longer, watching the quiet evening settle over the town. And as she sat there, another thought appeared. For years, she had believed that her dream of painting had disappeared. But perhaps that dream had never truly left. Perhaps It had simply been waiting for her hands to open again. When Lila finally stood up and continued walking home, she felt something gentle moving inside her. Not excitement, not dramatic change, just space. A quiet sense that her life did not need to be held so tightly anymore. The future could unfold slowly, and she could meet it with open hands. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Sometimes freedom does not arrive through force or struggle. Sometimes it appears the moment we stop gripping what is already gone, and in that quiet space, life begins to move again. Next, we will move into the ending, where we gently gather the lessons from all the stories tonight and guide the mind toward rest. Now the night has grown calm. The stories have slowly settled, like leaves resting on still water. And perhaps, as you lie here listening, something inside you has begun to soften. Because tonight's stories were all about one gentle truth. Sometimes freedom does not come from gaining something new. Sometimes it comes from releasing what we no longer need to carry. We met Daniel, who held on to an old letter for years, believing it still contained answers, until one quiet evening helped him realize that the past did not live inside a piece of paper. We met Mira, who kept apologizing to a moment long gone, until she finally understood that forgiveness sometimes means offering compassion to the person we once were. We met Thomas, gripping a rope that slowly pulled him farther from the shore, until he discovered that true strength can also mean opening the hand. We watched a tree release its leaves each autumn, not in defeat, but as part of the quiet rhythm that allows spring to return. And we met Lila, who learned that the future cannot be held if our hands are still tightly closed around the past. Each story carried the same gentle lesson. Holding on is not always strength. Sometimes letting go is. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. In Buddhist teachings, there is a simple idea about attachment. When we cling tightly to something that has already passed, we create unnecessary suffering. Not because the memory is wrong, not because the experience did not matter, but because life is always moving forward, like a river that continues flowing, like the seasons changing from autumn to winter to spring. When we resist that movement, we feel tension. But when we allow the flow, something inside us relaxes. Imagine holding a small stone in your hand. At first, the weight feels almost nothing. But if you hold it for hours, or days, or years, even a small stone can begin to feel heavy. Now, imagine opening your hand. The stone does not disappear from the world. It simply returns to where it belongs, and your hand becomes free again. Let your shoulders soften now. Let your breathing slow and deepen. There is nothing you need to solve tonight. Nothing from the past that needs to be fixed before you sleep. The chapters that have already ended do not need to be rewritten. They have already done their work. They have shaped who you are, and now they can rest. Life will continue bringing new moments, new experiences, new paths that reveal themselves slowly, one step at a time. But those steps are easier to take when your hands are not full of yesterday. So tonight, as your mind begins to quiet, imagine gently loosening your grip on anything you have been carrying for too long. Old regrets, old expectations, old stories that no longer need to be repeated. You do not have to force them away. Just allow your hands to open. Take one more slow breath in and breathe out softly. Feel the quiet space around you. Feel the calm settling in your body. And remember this simple truth: letting go does not erase your story. It simply gives you the freedom to continue writing the next chapter. Sleep peacefully now. You are free to rest.